Hello! I was just about to say good morning. That doesn't make much sense. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon here. So yeah, let's not out myself and my unemployment status too much. I hope you guys are doing well. It's the 24th of November. And yeah, I was setting stuff up and then I noticed what looks like a miscount. I know. Once again, it seems like I have once again miscounted. Let me show you. So yesterday, as you can see, as per this 27-day marker that we hit yesterday, which means that we are actually 4 days ahead of schedule, which is amazing and great. But if we drop into our daily schedule, our word count schedule, day 27 is supposed to be 45,000 words. And we are at, let me point to it, we are of course at almost 45,000. 44,795. Yes, it's going great, but there is a discrepancy. That 45,000 was supposed to be on that line, on this line here. So it looks like I have miscounted and the markers are a little messed up. There is of course always going to be some discrepancy in and I said this last time as well. There's going to be some discrepancy. Last time I miscounted because we are using an average, and as you can see here, we're using an average of 9.35 something. It goes actually longer, right? 3 point something for lines. This amount of words per lines, and then this amount of words per page. So there's because it's an average, probably. Now it should be pretty accurate, but there's going to be some discrepancy, but not 300 words discrepancy, 200 words discrepancy. That's what I'm sort of saying. But we did do really, really well yesterday. Much better than I thought we would, because I felt really tired as I began. And then I couldn't sleep afterwards. So that was interesting. Stayed up all night, looking at nothing. Literally. I got to bed at around 12, and then I stared into nothing. And then the clock was 3 suddenly in the morning, and yeah, you know, whatever. It is what it is. We, on the other hand, are on chapter 10 still. That, of course, it turns out much longer than I would have expected. But Renaid is sort of training Vespa without really her knowing it in her ability to use her spiritual powers. In particular, he is trying to get her to communicate with him without touching the hammer, as she has been doing so far. It's not going so well, Vespa thinks. And yet, where we left off, Renaid had a trick. You can't see anything. Renaid had a trick up his sleeve. So why don't we just haul ass to get to reading. And then we will continue where we were. So Renaid is telling her about the Fae folk and the spirit bounds and the realm trees. And then Vespa is supposed to let go of the handle and try to see if she can remember and feel Reina's spirits talking still. So we just go in right here on the middle of the page. Vesper felt like it was time again for another try. Actually, let's go here. The realm tree sprouted to life by the Amber Father asleep. Sprouted to life by the Amber Father asleep and the Umber Mother awake. And the conduit to this realm. There's something weird going on there. And that's it. I can't really see what that's supposed to say. Anyway, and when he deems the spirit ready, the Amber Father will send it back where the fae folk of old will awaken in the form of an animal who now must find its way back to a realm tree and guide a newborn fae folk gifted by the Umber Mother. Vesper felt like it was time again for another try. Vesper of the vigorous oath, she whispered a little louder this time, and also more determined. She released her grip again, the feelings strongly placed in her mind, and now with an added weight, almost which she hadn't noticed before. Full stop. Which she almost hadn't noticed before. Still nothing, no voice. Or maybe. Vesper wasn't sure. Vesper wasn't sure if her imagination was playing with her or not, but for a quick moment she thought that she heard. There's a she missing here. She. That's a she. Wow, what a fat line. She heard Reinaith's voice say the word spirit-bound. Vesper tried putting everything she mentally could into hearing another word with a gauntlet-wearing left hand hovering over the handle, but in the end she had to give up. No extra word came, so it was probably just her imagination after all. Vesper could hardly say a word from breathing so heavily. It didn't work. I'm sorry. Vesper felt even more dejected now than when Afea had tried to teach her to feel the blessed water for the 100th time. We wrote needed, though it looks like it says heated. For some reason, she seemed to want this more all of a sudden. That's too bad, Reinaith said, though there was no feeling to his voice, like he didn't really mean what he said. Mean it. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can do it, Vesper apologized without telling Reinaith what she thought that she had heard. She was simply too embarrassed about her inability to make it work. I think that I have to be touching the handle or else I won't be able to talk to you. But you didn't, did you? Reinaith asked, with what Vesper thought to be anticipation in his voice. I'm not sure. She really didn't know what he meant is the next word. And so off we go. Off to the races we go. What he meant. Her hand had to be gripping. Had to be gripping. The Warhammer's handle. Warhammer's. Oh, no. Warhammer's. Handle. Like now. Like now. If she wanted to hear him, she wanted to hear him. Blaze Flame is in the chat. Welcome to the live stream, dude. Good to see you. How are you doing? Are you ready to get back on the grind, back on the edit grind, or have you already grinded the edit? My table is a little high. There we go. I believe. There we go. There is a gauntlet of some kind. Between you and the handle. Handle is the nut. Is there. Flame says, I feel just be starting. And gauntlet spotted. Yes, we can't have a live stream without a gauntlet, can we? No. Not on this live stream. There's a different challenge that I'm doing. I have to write gauntlet 50,000 times in a book. And I've already done it 44,795 times. And the handle is a nut. The spirit asked. With what Vesper imagined to be a grin. To be a grin. She looked down. Oh my god, she looked down to her hand. To her left hand that was still grabbing the handle. It was indeed. Okay, that's a strange sentence. I don't know why she would be surprised by that, but like. It was indeed covered. Like most of the rest of her arm, like most of the rest of her arm. By the dented, plated steel gauntlet. Gauntlet spotted. And between the, that's an E, everyone can see that, and that's an N. And oh, and between the handle and her fingers, there was, of course, something. There was, of course, the brown leather glove. Vespa didn't quite know, didn't quite know what to think at first. No, what to think at first. But Reina seemed to be, and Reina, not but. And Reina seemed to be waiting patiently. For her to gather her thoughts. Her thoughts. Flame says, I'll be back in 3 hours. Ride strong until then, brother. You too. I will see you in 3 hours. And you will be most welcome. Now go, get on that grind. Get some edits done. Opera that space, as they say. That was a terribly ugly way of writing thoughts. So let's try that again. I just realized that I didn't actually set my... That's wrong. Like that? Okay. That's worked. That works. No. But I'm... Vespa argued against what the spirit has just said. Said so very clearly in her mind, so very clearly in her mind. Oh. I'm still touching. I'm still touching the warhammer. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean she had a hard time grasping. She had a hard time grasping the fact that Reina thought it was a success. Reina thought it was a success. I don't think it counts. I don't... A lot of dots right now. I don't think that it counts. Vespa added. Suddenly feeling quite tired. Feeling a little tired. Though not enough. Though not enough for her to fall asleep. For her to fall asleep. Try to fall asleep. Oops. So the big question here, of course, is Reina tricking Vespa into thinking that she can do it, or does it actually work like that, that you have to be touching whatever object the spirit is chained to, in order to not say bound? Like, does it actually have to be your skin that touches, right? But you know, that'll be something we can leave up to the reader to interpret. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is supposed to be full stuff. Dot, dot, dot. But think about it. But think about it again. Again. He continued. Whenever we have spoken, we have spoken. What hand have you been using? Hand have you been using? My right. I'm right-handed. That's not an exclamation mark, that is a stop of the sentence. I definitely think that we are above 45,000 words now, by the way. Definitely think that. Mm-hmm. And have you ever been wearing anything to cover it? Has she been wearing anything to cover? I don't think so. Anything to cover it. the next question sounded. Next question sounded. Vespa had to give it a think. That, can you say that? To give that one a thought or two. That's a weird sentence, isn't it? That one a thought. Oh my God. Thought or two. Weird, ain't it? It wasn't like she had been down here a lot of times. It wasn't like she had been down here. A whole lot. And she was pretty sure. She was pretty sure that she wasn't wearing anything. Well, any glove. Wearing any gloves. Any gloves. On the day she first fell down here. On the day, the night, the evening. On the evening that she first fell down here into the catacombs. The catacombs. Well, if it isn't the most scallywag of all scoundrels in the chat, Jamie, welcome. How's it going? How's the word count, Thomas? I have 6 more days of opportunity to ruin your day. You know, it just means so much to me that I can be this fire in your life that keeps you going. I'll gladly play that role, Jamie. So as you can see, I'm at peace and it doesn't bother me now. Don't talk to me anymore. I lied. Please talk to me. It was summer after all. It was summer. After all. So why would she have worn a glove? Why would she? Have worn gloves. Jamie says, but I thought it was the start of your villain arc. You know, sometimes the true villains are the ones that we find along the way. I don't know. It didn't make any sense. But of course, you know, I have to have this calm, pleasant demeanor when I'm live streaming, and then I can yell at you in our messaging for being so irritatingly irritating. True, chat has no idea what a monster you are offline. Exactly. And that's why we don't tell them that. Right. Let's make that a question. She still wasn't convinced though. She still wasn't convinced though. So how wasn't she convinced? No, it has always just been my hand. Exactly. Oh, how was... Yeah, we have to go like this. Exact. Man, X is the most difficult letter. Exactly. In cursive, I gotta say. Renaid confirmed. And since we're speaking, without any problem, right. right now. You've successfully managed to do it. You've successfully managed. No, not managed. Managed. To do it. He sounded very exciting. He sounded very excited. Excited. In Vesper's mind, in Vesper's mind. But no. Vesper kept on going. She had finally gotten her breath under control. Finally gotten her heavy breathing. Her heavy breathing under control. No, I was still touching. I am still touching the handle. I am still touching the handle. It doesn't. Page 124 is done. A good start to the day. 125. And let's just fan that out. I don't. It doesn't work like that, I'm sure. I'm sure. Oh. I wasn't aware. Hey, Sarah Norval is here in the chat as well and on the stream. Good to see you, and indeed new page, whoop whoop. It is amazing. I wasn't. And it actually looks like we're keeping up pretty much the same pace as yesterday. I mean, considering that we spent the first 10 minutes of today's stream not like just beginning the stream, right? I wasn't aware that you have been talking to any other spirit, spirits trapped inside inside a weapon. Renee asked, transitioning from cursive to non-cursive is terrible, I gotta say. Renee asked, in a voice that Vespa didn't quite like. Tell me. Was it Ashmandeus? Damn it. Ashmandeus. Tristan. Kili. Ciel. Who was the last one? Sheing Hun. Or Sheing Hun. Or was it some other spirit that I am unaware of? That I am unaware of. So we definitely written a page now, which is great. Of course, I'm quite far away from the day 28 marker, though, and the day 28 marker may be wrongly placed. Probably is. Probably needs to be even further away. So are things. I will fix it for tomorrow. So Reynade here is quite snarky. Maybe that's an aspect to his personality that we can incorporate. Inner voice, snarky? Question mark? Everyone can see that says snarky. Everyone. Okay. Of course that wasn't. And Reynade knew that. Reynade knew that. But Vespa still didn't quite know what to say. Or believe, for that matter, or believe it for that matter. It seemed, nope, it seemed to her that Reynade was playing some sort of trick on it. Was playing some sort of trick on her. But at the same time, she thought there was some sense to it. She thought that there was some sense to it. After all. After... Damn it. After... That's an A. Come on. After... all. He probably did have more experience. Probably did have more experience with this than she did. More experience with this than she did. She did. I hate that my U's and A's are so similar when I write fast, because I don't quite close my A's most of the time. She did. You know what I just realized? I think this is the farthest I've ever written into anything. Because this is of course my short stories collection. And I'm not quite done with Want It, fourth short story. But will you look at that? So far it is only going to 120 pages. So we have written 125 almost. Soon at least. Oh my god. Pat myself on the shoulder. There we go. Yeah, that's awesome, says Sarah Norval. Isn't it awesome? That feels so good. I just realized it. Yes. I want that to be, that could be a highlight. We had that. Page 125. Bigger than 120 short stories. Oh yeah. But still here. But still she had more trouble. She had much more trouble believing that she succeeded something. It's a bit sad, really. Much more trouble believing that she had succeeded. In a training that didn't involve her strength. Maybe a training such as this, and then phrase No. Phrasing. Where are all my... Oh, it's over there. Okay. Just my... whatever that's called, my rubber. No, I don't. No, I don't. She finally answered. She finally answered. It's just that Vespa stopped herself. She didn't want to let him know. She didn't want Reina's to know how she didn't believe she could have succeeded. She didn't believe that she could have succeeded. I did think that I heard you say something. Heard you say something. She told instead. She told instead. Well, isn't that exciting? I see. Isn't that exciting? Oh no. So E goes up here, and then we go down there. Exciting. Seriously, X is the most difficult. I don't know why. It just doesn't come natural. To write in cursive. Vespa was almost sure that if he had been anything, if he had been present in the room, and not just as a spirit, not Renate would have leaned in. Renate would have leaned in. With excitement. Excitement, which we just wrote up there. But still, oops. But we wrote exciting up here, not excitement. But that might be a different word we can use there. Okay. What did you hear? Not wanting to let him down. Vespa omitted. I mean, might as well just say left out, but omitted is a better word. But left out is probably more readable for a tween. The truth that she just thought it was imagination. The truth that she just thought of it to be her imagination. Imagination. If you've seen South Park, you know that reference. Imagination. The imagination song. And instead hoped it to be true. Not sure about that last sentence. Not sure. It feels like we're keeping up the pace from yesterday. It's going really well. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe it's just that I really know what this chapter should be about. And then when we come to the later chapters, we're just gonna get writer's block all day, every day. But hopefully that won't come in the next 7 days. 6 days. I thought you said spirit bound. Spirit bound. After I let go. After I had let go. That is supposed to be a question mark. What did he say? He ended up with a guide, a newborn faithful, gifted by the Umbra Mother. They like, let's say spirit bound. We need to get back into trying, and this time it'll work. But we of course will have it a little bit like. So I need to come up with sentences from Rena that can be fragmented. Like we won't get at least the first things you say. We won't get the middle part of a sentence probably. Vespa felt a little silly. She had asked him about the spirit bounds after all. Spirit bounds. After all. I did say the word spirit bounds. I did say the word spirit bound. Spirit bound. Renaith. Confirmed. I was about to write gleefully, but that's like, hey, woo! You know, that's way too much. It should just be with a smile. Maybe as if he was smiling. As if he was Smiling. Smiling somehow. How? That says smiling and not sailing, and everyone can see that, and I will not hear a word of it. Look how close we are to finishing the page. Noise. He was smiling somehow. What else did you hear? What else did you hear? Just that one. Vespa answered and sweared. Replied could also be. Vespa answered. And I didn't hear it very clearly, and I didn't hear it very clearly. She quickly. This is going to be full stop, and this is going to be capital. She quickly not admitted, conceded, maybe conceded, relented. Yeah, conceded is true. Conceded is right. She quickly conceded. Then that is where we will that is where we will that is where we will what? we will continue. Renee said, as if he didn't hear her concession, as if he didn't hear that last part. Sorry about that. Are you ready to rumble? Are you ready to go again? That's a terrible end made there. Vespa was a bit surprised that the spirit was so unrelenting, in his approach. And if she was completely honest, she didn't actually want to keep on going. Want to keep on going. Her body somehow felt as if she had been helping brother too. Damn it. Sorry about that. brother 2 with his in the forge, in the smithy, in his blacksmith all day. Blacksmith all day. I have something in my throat. That's annoying as all hell. God damn it. But Renaith seemed so enthusiastic that she couldn't tell him no. I don't actually know if that should be in the well. Should be in the bunny ears. Bunny ears. What's that called? Actually called instead of bunny ears. Bunny ear text. No, no. Not an emoji. What is called? No. Double curly opening quote. The backtick. Backtick. That's just one. Double backtick. That's gotta be a different thing. Square quotes. A cousin of air quotes. Air quotes. I knew it. Air quotes. I knew there was something else. Great. Good. Good. Then get yourself ready. Get yourself ready. And we will try again. And we will try again. He said. He said confidently. And this time, you can choose which hand to start with. with yourself. I think I'll keep using the left. Keep using my left. Vespa said less confidently. Less confidently. Less confidently. Boom. 1, 2, 6. That was the end of page 125. 125. We're moving on to 126. Oh yes. New page. Let's go. This is going damn well and damn fast. Pretty damn fast. Then her teacher. Less confidently. Then her teacher. We could say mentor, but that's, I think teacher works better. Also considering it's supposed to be tween / young adult. Oh. My left hand was the one working. Was the one that worked. Vespa smiled. Smiled. A little bit. Smiled nervously. Smiled nervously. Even though Rena couldn't see her. Couldn't see her. And the only other one in the catacombs was lemon on her head. In the catacombs was lemon, still sitting and chirping from her head. Sitting and chirping from her Crimson Head? Maybe Crimson. Good. I see. Yes, I'm going to say I see here because we established again up here that Renate can't see. It's a spirit in a Warhammer, but he can feel things around him. But he can't actually see, so it's funny that he keeps saying I see. And I agree. And I agree. Better to stick to what works. That, I believe, was 2 pages. Sweet. Driven from her head. I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so I will indeed be right back. And we're back. Cody the writer is here. Welcome to the live stream and the chat, dude. Happy last week of November challenge. Currently sitting at 43,525 words. Nice, nice, nice. Very, very well done. That is awesome. You are well on your way to hit that magic number. Of course, you're doing a little bit of a different challenge, but you're still well on your way to hitting that 50,000 before the end. That is great to hear. I hope you had a great weekend. Okay, so Reina 8 here is going to I guess Vespa is going to get ready first. Vespa did the same. 2 once again. Get ready. To once again get ready. She shifted her tired legs. Her tired legs, even though that she had been sitting down most of the time. She had been sitting on her knees. Most of the time. Closed her eyes. And took a deep cold breath. Cody says weekend was good. We did our Thanksgiving with the fam, so this weekend I get to spend it pushing towards the finish line. Yes, for November. Nice. Plan to add around 25k words in December, but if I finish the book before 25k, that works too. Yeah, that's a bit of a fun one, isn't it? I was actually really worried when I started that I would end this one at like 40k words or something, and I wouldn't have anything to write for the rest of November if I ever got that far. And then look at where we are, chapter 10, and we're definitely going to have 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We're definitely going to have 19 chapters. Definitely going to have 19 chapters, 20 maybe even, and an epilogue. So, but I do think that these hero journeys segments are going to be much quicker when they happen than what is happening right now with our test allies and enemies. But yeah, it's cool though. It's a cool challenge you have where you have 25,000 for each month. Also because it's such a large span of time, right? And 25k for a month is much more doable to do over a course of a month, right? Like than 150, for example. Because I feel like, okay, November NaNoWriMo has been cool and it's been going really well, but my god, do I need a little break soon. Of course, I am also choosing to live stream most of it, which, you know, does put a little bit of a mental strain on it, but yeah, it's good though. I'm not complaining. I'm just it was just fun, just a funny little thought. But it's good to hear that you're doing really well with your book? Have the main characters beaten more trials then? Cody says, once we make it past December, I plan to take a month off to not think about writing. Yeah, I do have a little bit of the same. I think I'm still going to keep up my streak of writing every day, at least 15 minutes. But maybe not 5, 6, 7 hours every day. And maybe take a break from this project before I start up for like a week and then start back up. That's the thing I want to do in December, I think. Cody says, we haven't started the second trial, but we are close. I have about a scene and a half before we get there. Okay, but after that, I only have one trial and then the finale sequence. Okay, so the whole book is actually these 3 trials. Cool. And then I guess you're planning on more books with things, interesting things happening as they get to the mainland. That is cool. She replied with a simple yes. When Renee once again asked if she was ready. Once again asked if she was ready. And Cody says, yep, these trials are only the beginning for these characters. Noise. Ask if she was ready. She replied, then let's continue. Continue. He began. So moving on from what we wrote over here on page 123. The realm tree sprouted to life by the Amber Father asleep and the Amber Mother awake. Are the conduit to this realm, and when he deems the spirit ready, the Amber Father will send it back to where the Fae folk of old will awaken in the form of an animal, who now must find its way to guide a newborn Fae folk. Yes. These Fae folk of old who reawakens. I guess reawakens. Yes. Reawakens. Who reawakens? As animals. Animals. It doesn't say animals. Animals. Are not yet. Not yet. Spirit bounds though. First, they must raise. Oh, they must raise to find the newborn waiting for them. The newborn. Waiting. If that doesn't happen, if they should fail, the newborn the newborn will show that it's not ready and give their life back to the younger mother. It sounds like it's voluntary, but it is actually just leaving babies in tents. Or not tents, but capsules or something. If they should fail, the newborn will return, not regift. Return their life to the umber. Okay, so I did say that I needed a sentence and then fragment it. So maybe if we stop it here and then we delete all this. And then Vesper's brows furrowed. Vesper's brow furrowed. Just like Apheias did. As she once again decided to let go. To let go of the handle of the warhammer's handle. Rena's voice, his song, his warmth, his feeling was centered in her mind, centered in her mind. Vesper of the vigorous oath, she shouted. And even though she let go, every muscle in her entire tiny body, I don't know if this is necessary to say tiny here, but necessary. I think that's only with one C, necessary. Tensed and flexed. Tensed and flexed. As if she was carrying a horse in each hand. That's a weird description to suddenly have, isn't it? As she sorry. I was actually planning on having my food break here at 9. Not 9, at 7. but now I feel like I'm just gonna wait half an hour because I want to get this paragraph done. Oh, this is so exciting. What's happening? I feel like, and also this is the 12th page of this chapter. The chapter that I did warn myself yesterday, the day before, that I thought it was going to be a short chapter, and then of course it isn't. As if she was carrying all of the books of the scriptorium at once, all of Chapiter Bragi's books, all at once, in the scriptorium. It faintly sounded like other. Hesper thought she could hear most of 2 words. Thought that she could hear most of 2 words. Lemon had gone quiet as well. Had gone quiet from atop the crimson locks. intently. Down at the Vespa and the Warhammer and the Warhammer. With one of her eyes, his eyes. So I don't know if people knows that, but because birds have eyes on the side of the head, right? When they're looking down, they're going like this, and it's really funny. But maybe it should be explained more. Explained further. Vespa tried to focus even harder. Focusing on what the song sounded like. Where it came from and where it didn't at the same time. And where it didn't at the same time. Focusing on the tinkling that her fingers had, that her fingers had. Funny. The slight warmth. Had focusing on the feeling in its entirety, on the feeling in its entirety. It was tough. It was exhausting. Every muscle in her body felt as if we already said something like that. Let's say it felt depleted. Felt completely depleted. Completely depleted. Vespa bit her teeth together, clamped her teeth together hard. Clamped. Word. Her teeth. Together as hard as she could. As hard as she could. With her gauntlet, spot gauntlet wearing. I don't know why I want to say covered almost every time I say gauntlet, but wearing is such a better word. Gauntlet wearing hand. Hovering just above. Just above the Warhammer's handle. She could feel the cold sweat, moving as the furrows on her brow grew deeper. Brow. Okay, so what does he keep saying? Should probably have something. Look at how close we are to the end of page 126, by the way. Browse. Don't actually know if that should be browse or just brow. Spirit bound. There was something. There was something there. But until the day. Oh, I guess this should be a paragraph, and then dot 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 dot, and then we go. There was something there, and then a new paragraph here as well. She could hear him. Vesper could for sure hear now. And not just a faint sound that may or may not be words, that may or may not have been words. May or may not have been words. She almost couldn't take much more of this strain on her body, much more of this strain on her body. And yet she didn't want to stop. She didn't want to give in. She didn't want to give in. Not so close to success. Not so close to making it work. Yeah, let's go with that. To making it work. Vesper opened her mouth to scream out a final scream out a final push, but not a push. Hey, Miri is here in the chat. Hello, how's it going? It's going really well. Today we are closing in on the third page of the day. We've only spent a little less than 2.5 hours, so it's going exceedingly well. How about you? How is it going, and how is it going with your book? I was looking here. Heave? No. Raise, break, ram? No. Force? Open her mouth, scream out a final. Let's go with push for now, but I don't think I want that word to be the word. Though no sound came. Oh, Miri just woke up. All right. Well, good morning then to you. I hope you slept well. She kept her focus on the feeling, on the connection, on her gauntlet wearing hand, on her gauntlet wearing hand, hovering above the Warhammer's handle, hovering above the Warhammer. Hammer's handle. Actually, this music is quite fitting to what happens right now. She is succeeding. At first, nothing more came. I don't know how long I can keep dragging this out though, but I feel like I want a little bit more drama. But just when Vesper was about to give up, she heard it. She heard Rena's voice. As clear as day. As clear as day. Or like when she was, that was page 126. We're moving on to 127. I actually think I want to take my food break now. So we'll just have that there. And then I'll go in here. Yes, that is actually correct. And I believe that is part 3 out of 5 in danger that is being loaded up. All right, I will see you in 17 minutes, guys. Bye.
The little girl herself had that same fear in her watery eyes as Parthisax knelt down in front of her and offered his hand. "Come with me," he said in the most comforting tone he knew. Her snow-white eyes looked from the scaly hand and to the dragon's face, still fearful of what was going on. Parthisax suddenly realized that the offered hand still had his large claws extended. "I mean you no harm, I promise," he added as he calmly retracted them so as to not scare the little girl further. Without expressing any words, Parthisax kept his hand in a welcoming waiting for the little girl. The tavern slowly found enough courage to engage in a nervous chatter, so as the long seconds went past, he hoped that the fearful little girl would accept his invitation, and that it would be sooner rather than later. Luckily, Parthisax didn't have to wait long. As the little girl cautiously put her hand into his, they stood up together and started to walk towards the tavern door. Parthisax made sure to put one of his wings around the little girl, shielding her from the nasty looks of the townspeople. Looks of anger, woven in between the fear and awe. Looks that Parthisax knew all too well and had spent so much time trying to avoid. Looks screaming that there was no turning back now. One brave farmer's boy took a step out in front of the dragon and the little girl in order to block their path towards the door. He raised his pitchfork but quickly changed his mind as Parthisax once again presented the large dark claws slowly extended from the fingers of his one hand. With the path cleared once more, the dragon and the little girl steadily made their way out of the tavern. Parthisax noticed that it took a solid few minutes for the crowd to start talking again after the odd pair had left them. He purposefully took a longer route towards the Ashen Cross Bridge so as to not walk past the temple square. She doesn't need to see that, he thought. When they were almost at the monumental bridge, the little girl's hand tensed. "Where?" The little girl soon followed. "Where are we going?" Parthisax didn't want to lie. The little girl had already been through so much, and he felt that she deserved to know the truth of his plans, however few they may be. "We are going to my house for food and some basic things. Then we are going to leave before the Templars arrive." They made it halfway across the bridge before the next question came. What will the Templars do when they get here?" the little girl finally managed to ask. "I do not know," Parthisax answered after brief thought. "But I do know that it will not be pleasant if the townspeople do not think of a good explanation for what happened here today." The unusual duo walked the rest of the way to Parthisax's cottage in silence, but still hand in hand. As they approached the cottage, Parthisax was mentally going over the things they would need, weighing them against what they or he could physically carry. Deep in those thoughts, he almost didn't notice the little girl stopping in the middle of the path. It was only because her hand slipped out of his that he was ripped out of his calculations. Then the little girl started to cry uncontrollably. "Stop that," Parthisax managed to say rather harshly, much more than he meant it to be. He had been living alone for so long that it was the first approach he thought of. "We don't have time for that. We must get going as soon as possible." Much to Parthisax's surprise, the little white-haired girl didn't heed his words, but instead started to cry even harder. I didn't mean for it to happen," the little girl whimpered at last between the tears. They tricked me and started to laugh at me again, and I didn't like that, and then I don't know what happened." "Who tricked you?" Parthisax asked and kneeled down in front of the little girl, having deemed that a better approach to get her to stop crying. The other kids." How did they trick you? The little girl had some trouble getting her words through the tears. They said I could play with them behind the temple, but instead they all made fun of me. What did they say? They made fun of my eyes. Because they're white, Parthisax said, thinking he might as well inquire about them. The little girl abruptly stopped crying and instead looked at him with bewilderment behind the water still occupying her snow-white eyes. My eyes aren't white, she finally said with a snivel. The others made fun of me because I'm the only one with a purple eye and a yellow eye. And then my tummy started to hurt again, and they... The little girl's crying came flooding back as if a dam had burst. Purple and yellow. For a moment Parthisax almost ignored the wailing little girl in front of him. The little girl who so clearly had white eyes. I didn't mean to hurt them, the little girl began once again. I don't know what happened. I just wanted to be friends, and then they made fun of me and called me mean things and started pushing me and hitting me and my She was having trouble getting words across again. And my tummy hurts again, and I want my mama. Your mother will not come, Parthisax told the little girl in what he again meant to be a much more comforting tone of voice than what came out. Despite his age, this wasn't an area that he had much practice in. I am sorry, he added. But I didn't mean to do it, the little girl repeated. I don't want to be bad. I want to go to Haven with Mama and the others. I just want it all to go away. That last sentence was more screaming than crying, and Parthisax could sense the tensing of the atmosphere as the little girl got more and more upset. He had to calm her down somehow, and fast. Parthisax reached for the little girl's shoulder. Don't touch me! She shrieked as the air around them now also grew hotter. Parthisax also thought he felt that all too familiar tug on his soul again, however brief it was. In a desperate attempt to distract the crying and now also shaking child, Parthisax pulled out a fire blossom from the pouch of his belt and ignited it with a snap of his fingers. He then extended the flame to make it dance in front of the little girl, and much to his surprise, it seemed to work. I unsigned Hiodolasia, the dance or fire. It was one of the first things I taught when I was a learner, teaching the fires and winds for the whelplings Parthisax revealed to the little girl. She had almost stopped crying and instead couldn't take her eyes off the rhythmically moving fires between the dragon's hands. The things you can do are extraordinary, but you can learn to master them with time. I will teach you everything I know, as well as the discipline needed to make sure that what happened in the town will never happen again. So, there's nothing wrong with me? No, little whelpling, Parthisax chuckled as he extinguished the fire with an elegant hand gesture. I can assure you that there is not anything wrong with you. In fact, I think that you are a most special one indeed, even for my kind. The worst thing you can do right now is to be afraid of what is happening. Do you understand? The little girl nodded with her mouth slightly open. The tears on her cheeks were starting to dry. Parthisax placed his hand on her shoulder, this time without any trouble. Come, little whelpling, let us get to my dwelling, then we can take a look at your storm. Parthisax stopped abruptly before finishing his sentence. Light was coming from the windows of his cottage further down the path. The dragon pushed the little girl behind himself, almost as a reflex. Then they quietly approached the small home. Are the Templars already here? Parthisax thought with fear rising in his heart. No, it wasn't their way of doing things. They won't rummage a place without an accused or other witnesses present. The Templars don't have a reputation for working in secret, all things considered. There was also the fact that nothing seemed to be ruined, and Parthisax couldn't see any horses. Furthermore, it didn't make much sense that the Templars would come to his remote cottage before going to Ashencross and see the destruction or question the townspeople first. That rational chain of thought calmed Parthisax down a little. But who then had lit the fire that shone through his windows? Hide over there to the left, Parthisax said to the little girl and nodded to a couple of large barrels by the end of the wall. The little girl ran opposite of where the dragon gestured and hid behind the other corner of the small cottage. Partisax couldn't help but shake his head slightly. At least the little girl partially did what she was told without trouble. Clinging to the wall on the side of the door opposite the little girl, Partisax drew his claws on both hands, ready to fight whatever would meet them. Slowly opening the unlocked door ever so quietly, the dragon peeked inside. Scouting his humble dwellings from beyond the door, nothing immediately stood out as broken or stolen here. There weren't any other signs of intruders either, besides the door not being locked, of course. Indeed, the only thing different from when he left earlier was a stew slowly cooking in the fireplace. A stew slowly cooking in the fireplace? The delicious sensations hit Partisax's nostrils at about the same time as he noticed his large cast iron pot hanging over the fire, and someone had put out 3 wooden bowls and spoons on his table. Confused more than anything, Partisax entered his cottage and seemingly forgot that someone was most likely still there. As he stood right inside the doorway examining the bizarre scene in front of him, Partisax noticed that the fire was blazing with an almost impossibly perfect mix of vibrant orange, red and yellow. And what was even more strange, it did so without any wood in the fireplace. The flames clinged to the large iron cooking pot out of thin air. "Oh, haha, wonderful!" The sound of a human's voice tore a startled Partisax, who quickly readied his claws for combat out of his examination of the fires. "You arrived just at the perfect time. Dinner is ready." The dragon looked to his modest storage room and saw a small old woman in a grey woolen temple robe with a hemp rope around the waist. On top of the robe she wore a black linen vest and a beautiful gold necklace in the shape of a blooming flower with a shadowy black gemstone in the middle. Her dark cloak was hanging from the back of one of the chairs with a pair of brown leather gloves on the table. A wrinkled face topped with curls of silver greeted Partisax with a big smile and happy eyes. Even though a couple of teeth were missing, which was standard for elderly humans, the laugh and smile gave Partisax a feeling of warmth and of being safe. A feeling he didn't care for in the slightest coming from a human. It was the woman from the tavern, the only one who noticed him before he had made a scene and left with the little girl. All of a sudden, Partisax realized where he knew the old woman from. She was the one who worked at the Temple of the 5 Pillars in Ashencross, always tending the water lilies in the river and usually with something to eat in one of her hands. This time was no different, as she had come out of Partisax's storage room, devouring an apple and carrying a loaf of dark bread. "Fancy having a pantry in a home like this, haha," the old woman remarked as she made her way to the table. "Come inside so we can begin, and by the fires and waters combined, bring the girl. You do have the little girl with you, do you not?" The old woman gave Partisax an inquisitorial and stern stare, the warmth suddenly leaving her demeanor entirely. Her eyes were differently colored, he noticed, one red as a rose in bloom and the other like the deepest ocean blue. For a second, Partisax thought he saw a hint of black shine again. He quickly put it out of his mind, though, as he was still trying to make sense of everything. How did... The girl, please." The old woman's tone had changed too, now like a sharp knife matching the swift temper change. It almost startled Partisax when he felt 2 small hands on him, one grabbing the back of his tabard, the other one his webbed wing, and the little girl showed her face from behind.
And we're back. And I just need to go a little bit because my tea is warming up. At least gotta have some warm water. So I'm just going to put this on. So the music. And then I'll just take a quick break. And I'll be right back again. Okay. Where were we? Well, other than the fact that I can see that we're running out of ink. It does look like Vespa is actually like things are working for him. So I still have a little bit of my dinner here, so just gonna take a few bites and then we'll move on. At first nothing more came, but just when Vespa was about to give up, she heard Rene's voice as clear as day. Or like when she had been. It's probably better. Had been. Had been. Wow, that was what the hell? Had been. Holding on onto the handle. Oh, suddenly there's plenty of ink in the cartridge. That's strange. Okay, so what does he say? What is he saying? And there was not until the ritual of binding. It sounded from Rena's it sounded from Rena's where an elder druid. Druid of the realm trees. Will I did it. Vespa loudly said with a big smile on her face. When she wasn't trying to desperately gain when she wasn't trying to desperately catch your breath. Catch her breath. That's what that was supposed to say. I can hear you. I can... She huffed. And she puffed. I can hear you. Her eyes were still closed as she didn't want to jinx it, want to mess anything up. Now that she managed it. To finally make it work, finally make it work. Now that you finally managed to make it work. Okay, and another good news, we are currently ahead of pace still, even though I have had my food break. So that's wonderful. Marvelous, wonderful, brilliant. Now let's see if we are actually going to finish this chapter today, or if that will have to be tomorrow. What's that on my finger? Strange. I can hear that. I can hear that. Very nice. Said in a similar smiling manner? No. In a smiling manner. You are sure that you're not touching. You are sure that you are not touching the warhammer. I really am not despite being so exhausted. Vespa had trouble keeping her excitement contained. Trouble keeping her excitement contained. Lemon chimed in. With happy chirps. And spread wings. Wide spread wings. Wide. Widespread, is that a one word? Is that in one word? Widespread. It is one word. Widespread wings. In celebration. Look. My hand is hovering. My hand isn't touching. Touching the handle. The hammer. Hammer. And I can still hear you. Still hear you. I wish I could see. I wish I could see it. Rena is it. Vespa didn't even think to feel embarrassed, to feel any embarrassment from asking the spirit in the hammer. Spirit in the hammer. To look. She was simply too happy that it was working. She was simply too happy. Miri is back. Long time later, lol. Yes, I did sleep well. Yesterday it took a lot out of me, but so worth it. Good to hear. Good to hear that you guys had a wonderful day yesterday. Indeed. She seemed too happy, but I'll take your word for it. All right. Let me just get some tea. It is so freaking cold in Denmark right now. Which, I mean, is actually pretty great, because we usually have like really mild late autumn, winter these last couple of years, last 10 years or something actually. You know, climate change and all that. So it's nice to have, like, at the end of November it's being minus degrees. That's really good. Hoping for snow in December. That would be cool. And also a long time since that happened. But I'll take your word for it. Forgot to say so sleepy here. Vespa could feel Vespa. Could feel feel the tiredness creeping in. Tiredness creeping in. Miri says, I'm hoping to hit 47,000 words today. Wish me luck. I wish you all the luck in the world, Miri. Oh, I hope so. That would be so cool if you did. So close to the 50,000. That wonderful 50,000 mark. But she fought it back. With this success, she wanted to know, what the next step, the next thing to try was. Feel the dryness creeping in. Do. So I sort of already wrote. It sounds a bit weird if you actually says, oh, what's next? Like we already said that you wanted to know what the next thing was. And luckily for her, and luckily luckily for her, she didn't even need to ask. Didn't even need to ask. Now Renate began. Began. Now I want you to remove your hand entirely. Your hand entirely. While I keep telling you about about us. And what we are. And our spirit bounds. What we are to them. Can you do that? Yes. I think I can. Vesper said with a lot more confidence. Vesper said with a lot more confidence. Oops. Lemon had not Lemon had caught on to her mood and cheered her on. Something like that. I don't know if it's very good, but caught on to her mood. Oops. And gleefully cheered her on. And now we can use gleefully. Gleefully cheered her on with chirps and whistles. Chirps and whistles. So this is a bit weird. Strange. Strange. Chirps and whistles. Well done. Is it well done? No, I believe you can. I believe that you can do it as well. No, that was the end of the ink cartridge. What? I actually have no idea. I guess it should be... I don't know. We're definitely spending a lot more ink in this. Look at how many ink cartridges we've massacred, sacrificed. Oh, this is empty. This is the 10th ink cartridge that we have used so far. Of course, when it's done. But that's crazy. I think it's the 10th. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. It's two of these little boxes here with 5 each. Wild. Another ink down. Miri says, I love that her bird is called Lemon. That is adorable. Thank you. I love that too. And she also says another ink down. It's going smoothly. It's going so well right now. Let's have that as a highlight. 18, 9 ink cartridges down. All right. But yes, and I want to use every opportunity that I can to show my budgie, who I modeled her after. This is citron. This was citron, and citron means lemon in Danish. So that's where the name is from. So this is her in the context of my story. I believe that you can do it. Can do it as well. The difference in changing ink cartridges will always amaze me. Arena is complemented, but not complimented. Complemented. Harmonized balance? No. Perfected? No. Responding complete counterpart? Offset? No. No. Praised? Praised. Yeah, let's go with praised. Praised as well. Though not in quite as loud a manner as the little yellow bird. Little yellow bird. But for this, I would like to try. I would like to try something new again, something different again. Different again. If you are up for it. If it hadn't been for the exhaustion of her body. Look at how close we are to ending page 127. Nice! It wasn't for the exhaustion of her body. Vespa. Would have jumped up and told Renaith loud and clear how ready she was after that success. Loud and clear. Oops. How ready she was. Given how she rarely found herself, with this amount of success. I'm gonna write it, but I'm also gonna comment and say it sounds weird. This says weird. But a much more calm and even I want to say it looked like it was well mannered and even perceived, and maybe even perceived to be well mannered. For someone who didn't know of her tiredness, of her tired state, or of Vespa in general. Vespa in general. But a much more calm came from Vespa. Okay. I think I'm ready for anything. I don't know. Maybe. I think I want that rephrased to actually to this well-mannered word. Good. It sounded from nowhere and everywhere at once. And every... at once. Even though Vesper wasn't holding the warhammer, even though Vesper's gauntlet wearing no, not a warhammer, left hand was only hovering the warhammer, only hovering the warhammer. I will continue where I left off. But this time I will be the one deciding I'll be the one deciding that's an in case anyone was wondering. When and what to do and what you do. And I would like you to try it best you can. Would like you to try the best you can. Okay. How does that sound? Full of confidence, full of determination. Uh, How does she answer? She is full of confidence. She is full of determination. Let's just go with both of them then. Full. Oops. Of confidence. And determination. Vespa didn't need any time. Yay, that was page 127. Woo, 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 woo. And on page 128, we find the number 8 day marker down here. And 28. Even though it is a little, how would you say it? New page hype, Muri, indeed. But even though I know that the markers, like I mentioned in the beginning of this live stream, the markers I think are a little off in this book. I think I miscounted. But, I mean, it's still great. I'm still confident that we will, no matter what, go over day 28, the day 28 marker today, because the 5th page for us is going to end on page 129, somewhere up here. We started 4 lines down, and you know, then we're gonna write like half a page more or something like we usually do. Let me just give myself some more tea. And new page hype indeed. I didn't need any time to answer. Ready. Boom. Boom. She is confident. And she is determined. And she's tired. Very good. Very good. The picture of the smiling, the picture. Picture of the smiling Renaith. strong in Vesper's mind. What was the last thing you heard? What was the last thing you heard? What was the last thing you heard? The last thing, I completely lost my train of thought. So something is spirit bound. No, he started. I'm really not. Ritual of binding, where an elder druid at the realm trees. Vesper paused a little in her readiness. I don't know if that makes sense. In her readiness to think. Yeah. I heard you ... I heard you say something with binding. I think. An elder druid. She was a little unsure. Little unsure. Since she had been so occupied. She had been so occupied. And overwhelmed. That she had succeeded. Oops. Succeeded. Let's take it from the top then. So this is also a way of for me to like I don't need to have that much to tell anymore. This has been a very exposition-y chapter, though I do actually think it's a pretty nice way I've come up with doing the exposition, mixing it in with this montage training thingy. And I lost my train of thought. So never mind. It probably wasn't an important point anyway. Okay. She has succeeded. We could say, let's just say good again. Good. Let's take it from a little. Let's begin again. Begin again from a little before that. Very naive. I need a word here. Konstatere. Established? Stated? Stated is probably. Yeah, stated. Get ready. Just like before. Except don't Except don't touch. Don't touch the hammer, of course. Hammer, no. Hammer, of course. I won't. Don't worry. Vesper replied. Oh my god, I just realized that this chapter is creeping up onto 14 pages. That is definitely twice as much as I thought it would be. Smiling with her eyes closed. Smiling with her eyes closed. Having her hovering hand relaxed and relaxed ever since it was a small hair or something, fiber on. You can sort of see some of the words are almost getting a calligraphy like. Maybe it's difficult to see, but like the N here is way thicker here than it is on this side. Like you can very easily, when you're writing with the ink pen, you can very easily notice, okay, something is wrong with the tip. Smiling with eyes closed, having her hovering hand. Relaxed ever since she managed to hear, managed. Oh my god. Why do I keep missing the second A? Managed to hear. Ever since she managed to hear. Rena it again. Rena it again. Something just hit me that I might want to, because I think I was planning to have this battle for the dying light, like Rena talking about it. Spirit magic. Here, but maybe I want to move that to the second book, because yeah, maybe I want to change that to the second book, and then up here, when Vespa learns about healing with nature, she's also taught that you can heal with spirit, but like you take your own spirit, you use your own life force with it. Because that would cut a chapter, and I think that's sort of needed, actually. Though I do like the 1, 2, 3 montages of being mentored. But it's just that the Battle for the Dying Light does not have any consequence for this book. It doesn't have much relevance, much consequence for this book, but it will begin to have that for the next one. And definitely third one. So we might just, I guess we could introduce it, but still have it like not really being explained. Okay, never mind. That was just a side note. Ever since you managed to hear Rena again. She readied it. By flexing and moving all the steel plated fingers. All the steel plated fingers. Fingers. Making sure that she was well above the Warhammer's handle. The Warhammer's handle. Okay. Okay. Then she readied herself like the other time. Then she readied herself. That's an F. Like the other times. Deep breath. Focus on the feeling. That she now knew exactly what meant. That she now knew exactly what meant. And confidently waited for what Rena would say. Rena would say. Vesper was now so confident. Confident that that there was no furrowing of her brows. The sweat pearls, the cold sweat pearls were still there though. The cold sweat pearls were still there though. Yeah. It looked too bad, just like that, but I'm going to accept it anyway. Okay. I think I need a word for pod. like a container. Yeah, seeds. Seed pod. It is actually a hull. Hull could actually be what I'm looking for. Outer covering of full of seed. I'm trying to imagine this. This place where the ritual of binding takes place. So in my head, it's like this grove of the realm tree, where branches, smaller branches from the roots, have been braided into these hulls. I originally thought tents, but I would quite like it to be like connected to the realm trees. And this is where the Fae folk put the newborns and let them stay there until they have an animal has come to them. And no interaction whatsoever from anyone. It's like one of the most important rituals. And then once an animal of any kind has entered this hull, this branch braided hull, a druid, an elder druid, will go in and perform the ritual of binding. And the ritual of binding is quite important because that's what's going to happen later. Vespa is going to accidentally do it to save Lemon, as Lemon is going to be badly hurt later again. But I'm not going to explain what the ritual of binding is here. It's just need to be mentioned. Yeah, as a concept. I was just looking here. We're still in chapter 10, of course, ritual of binding. We have already said it. So let's go with hull, but I might need to rethink that word. As I was saying, as I was telling. Ooh. Telling. Reignative. Once again begin. With much anticipation, but happy. Anticipation. So hope is not bad. Much hope in his voice. Yeah. Have another one. Hope, trust, desire, promise. Promise could be good. Faith could also be good. Wish. Let's go with hope. Hope is a good word. Much hope. Hope in his voice. When When the Fey folk of old has found the realm tree trees designated, that they were destined for, that they were assigned to, that they were chosen to, that they were allocated. No, they were marked. They were realm trees. Let's go with designated, but I do feel that's quite a tough word. Designated. Destined, other word. They don't. Problem with destined is that I don't think the faithful really believes in destiny like that. Maybe designated is the best one. Flame is back. Hello, streamer. I see some head supporting action. Yes, sometimes. I have figured out I can still do this and talk. Alright-ish. And it doesn't hurt my neck that bad. But to be fair, I've been doing this for so many days now that my neck is not as bad as it was in the beginning. But welcome back, Flame. I hope your edit went well today. Or are you still editing? They found the realm trees. They were designated. Designated 2. They enter into one of several hulls. Hulls braided. And still attached, braided from. Come on, yeah. And still attached to. Still attached by. Attached. Yeah, that's fine. Everyone can see that's good. Smaller branches. Could be roots, of course, also. That could also be pretty good. Roots. Placement says I've been writing for 3 hours, 3 pages. Went a bit slower, but then again, complicated pages usually need more attention. Nice. I'll probably get chapter 10 finished tomorrow. Well done. Very, very well done. Sounds awesome. Still, like you said, I mean, progress is progress. But 3 pages of editing in 3 hours, I think that's pretty good. Now we just need 600 more hours. Smaller. Like small, not small, that's not a word. Smaller branches. Of the realm trees. The realm tree. All the realm trees grows. One of them grows. Smaller branches. Let's just go. That's fine. I think. Specific. Now remove your hand entirely from the Warhammer. Vespa, a little excited, a little nervous now, a little nervous now. Did what she was asked. Afraid to say, I really can't say that one of the chapters is easy because each one of them is so important. I'm suffering from success. Yeah, suffering from success is a good thing. Exactly, Miri. The meme, the Khalid meme, suffering from success. I've written such a tight and connected story that every detail matters, which means writing all of those details. Yeah. It's cool though. It's very cool though that you've managed to do that, if I may add. Like that's one of the... I remember reading Game of Thrones and I was like, I follow also a YouTuber, Preston Jacobs, who does like theories on Game of Thrones, and I was like watching these videos and I was so... It was very much my inspiration to begin on my own fantasy universe. But I was also, oh my god, I have so much stuff that needs to be connected, that needs to make sense, that needs to be detailed before I can do anything. I thought that for the longest time. Because I thought I wanted to make something like Game of Thrones where there's so much cool detail and foreshadowing everything. Of course it doesn't necessarily foreshadow everything, but whatever. And then it actually became like a bit of a block for me. So I spent literally 10 years, almost literally 10 years, 9.5 or something, before I picked up a pen and started to write my first short story. Plot webs, yes, plot webs indeed, Miri. And honestly, that kind of sucked looking back at it. Like, of course, it was also a mixture of I'd never written anything before. That wasn't schoolwork back in when I was a boy. So a little bit of fear of actually trying and doing something. But damn, I wish I would have started back then. God damn, I wish I would have started back then. This has been built, Blaze Flame says this has been built after days of just thinking about the perfect amount of character development, plot, world building, while also moving the plot in a natural, eventful way while balancing the character arcs. Yeah, there's so many things. There's so many things to be aware of. But it's very cool. It does. I feel like it can be a bit tedious sometimes just being stuck basically in the background lore and not have anything to show for it. Building a vast world block. Game of Thrones. She placed her gauntlet spotted. Gauntlet wearing hand on her knee. Just like the other. Amir says only days. Man, my world and story took me well over a year. Well, that's all the combined hours of thinking, not literal days. I feel the same with my short stories. Like, I have a pretty good idea of what each and every one should be about and like how they should be connected. There's a tiny connection between all of them. But yeah, especially the first one, that was so much easier to write than the second one because I had spent years thinking about what I wanted with it and how I wanted to start it, how I wanted to end it, especially the beginning and the ending. That's probably the beginning and end I'm most proud of so far. That's the first one. I think that was so much, I don't know how to say it. I think there's so much good there. And they're so well connected, the beginning and end of Calamity. Yeah, I didn't get divinely inspired in like the span of 5 days. I feel like you very rarely get those divine inspirations. But that's where your discipline has to take over and just sitting down and trying to do stuff. And usually things happen. And we like when things happen. With furrows now beginning to form. Now beginning to form. As she focused. Even more. Just in case. Just in case. Maybe it says, when I get really inspired, it is when I'm busy and I can write. My book consumes my mind nearly 24/7. That is such a classic thing. I do it myself all the time. Of course, right now, like I mentioned, I don't have a life right now, so, you know. But I feel like I get inspired doing most random stuff. But that's usually when your mind starts to wander, right? And you're doing like automated things and not really paying attention to what you should be doing, and then your mind starts to wander, and then you get these, whoa, cool, this is a cool idea. Yeah, doesn't all of us, like Flame said, there is no hour of the day where you're not thinking it. Exactly. I tend to do, like, I'm very tired in the evening, and I go to bed, and I lay there for 30 minutes, about to fall asleep, and then the light bulb goes off, and I feel like I get a really good idea, and suddenly I'm all excited, and I can't sleep. I do that so often. And in those halls, a newborn will be waiting to meet them. Rene's voice started like a whisper, but slowly gained volume, but slowly became louder and louder. And louder. Slowly became louder and louder. Are you with me? Are you still here? I am. Vespa happily reported with her eyes closed, Lemon chirping away, cheering her on. Tweeting, we've said chirping so much, tweeting away, and look at how close we are to the end of page 128. Miri says, honestly, the book I'm writing now is the only one I've worked on that I haven't dreamed about, which I think is a good thing. This one is more dramatic. Yeah. I don't think it's fun to have nightmares about what you're actually writing, is it? No, no. And cheering her on. Oh my god, that looks terrible. Cheering. Oh, you will have to agree, Miri. Yeah, okay. Good, very good. Very good. Renaith. State it again. Then let's continue. With the animal of the Fey folk spirit of old. Fey folk spirit of old. And the newborn I feel like I would actually like another word for newborn. So like someone that's new, brand new to the cycle. A new word, please. Something that's connected to the great cycle religion. Flame asked Miri, on a scale of 1 to 10 based on your other books, how traumatic is the one you're currently writing? That's a great question. You want drama and trauma. Lots of it. Finally united. There is still something that needs to be done before the two will become spirit bounds. Renaith held another pause. Renaith held a pause. I want you to stand up now. I want you to stand up now. Miri says, based on the others, 8 out of 10. The other ones are kind of tense. With this new series, I decided to write in so much my own pain. This one is personal though. I have a scene that I have a scene that I can't edit right now. I keep skipping over it and I reread it. That's a writers write what they know, right? Writers write. That's what they say. So that does sound quite terrible without knowing what it is. But also fascinating, I think, that you can put that pain into words. That you're willing to do it. I think that's where some of the best stuff gets made. It's also something I'm working on. I've actually found that writing has been quite cathartic in some places for me, personally, with some pain. So that's nice. I actually think Lemon here in this story is quite cathartic because I feel like I'm immortalizing my bird. Even though it's been 6 years since she passed away. I still miss her so much. Vesper was a little surprised by that request. Was a little surprised. Surprised by that request. It seemed like a much bigger step. It seemed like a much bigger step than the ones before. But seeing how all the others had worked, seeing how the other things, not all, there's only been 2, the other things had worked. Vesper, of course, wanted to do this one too, wanted to do this one too. Blaze Flame. Miri said, so I'm going to put my all into it. That's so cool, so cool. Blaze Flame says, I have more expertise in general pain of my characters than trauma, I think. Getting stabbed by a broken chair, being launched from one side of the room to the other, getting stabbed again, eviscerated. So that's much more physical pain and trauma than emotional. There's a lot of stabbing in your space opera there, it sounds like. Wait, we didn't even celebrate that we went past day 28 marker. Hopefully, where it's supposed to be. Unless future PTSD, the drama is more in the fighting. Nice. I mean, that can be amazing too. Who doesn't love a good, awesome fight? She took another deep. That was page 128, 128 right there. 129. We're getting close to 130. Woo! Another deep, cold breath. Come on. I can't describe my book on YouTube, so that should give you guys a good idea. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, I think I'll just stick to this tween / adult, young adult fantasy for now. Hopefully YouTube is all right with that. Cold breath. Flame says, then again, the injury is pretty limited due to the fact that the ways of hurting each other scale so great. One is obliterated by shells, and the other is getting wounded. The other ladder isn't exactly dramatic, yeah. Drama! That's what we're here for. Or here to provide, I guess. And then tried to get up. At first, her body wouldn't respond, but then it finally obeyed. Though not without painful protests. Not without painful protests. All the way until Vespa was on her feet. Vespa was on her feet. Flaveswim said, I can squeeze more drama from getting a broken bone than an entire ship getting incinerated in a second. That's also... That's a bit like... That speaks into the concept of... that it's easier to relate to the individual than it is to a mass, right? It's a bit the same... like when you see the Death Star blow up in Star Wars, you're just like, wow, what an explosion. But there was like millions of people that just instantly died there, right? But if you have a fight scene with just one stormtrooper and one Jedi, whatever, it's way easier to put yourself in the stormtrooper's shoes and not be like, you care way more about that stormtrooper than you did all the millions on the Death Star. At least that's what I was trying to get at. Or in another more real world sense, why charity organizations often show and name a specific starving child and not say millions of children, because it's way easier to relate to the singular one, and then you hopefully want to help more. Yeah, Flame says, Miri, that book sounds like your blood, soul, and tears were literally fused into it. Yes, it very much is. If I'm going to leave a legacy, it has to show who I am. Oh, that's beautiful. It's beautiful and awesome. For a second, Vespa thought. For it's strange. Thought it. Sure, she had been sitting on her knees for some time now. On her knees. For some time now. But the pain and aches were all over. But she couldn't worry too much. As she had to keep her focus. Right. Actually, let's go with you still with me. Again, a little difficulty in the beginning. But Vespa soon managed. Oh my god, I can't spell managed until it's the third try apparently today. To find Rene's voice again. She could hardly believe it. No, that's actually... Flame says, it is a feature, not a bug. The underestimation of human lives in war is one of the greatest tragedy. Each fleet or armada is half a 10,000, and each ship has a crew of 500 to 700, so each battle where I show an entire fleet getting pummeled is pretty horrific. Yeah, exactly. When you actually think about it, but it's so difficult to relate, and it's more easy to just say, like, get absorbed in the spectacle, right? So that's why the broken bone is often more dramatic, or almost, in a sense. By the way, we are now above and beyond the 5th page, which we started on that line. So sweet. I'm just gonna write a little more, and then we'll probably end for the day. Once again, I underestimate how much I actually ramble. Hopefully it's not too rambly, but this is... I definitely thought that we would have ended this chapter today. Definitely thought that. That has not happened. Flames Flame says sometimes you have to zoom into the one specific guy. Yeah, you want the audience to relate to them, right? You want them to feel things and not just enjoy the spectacle. Yes, it's working. It's working. It's working. It's working still. Maybe still working. I can still hear you. Vesper hardly couldn't have said. Hardly being able to believe it. Hardly being able to believe it. Every time, Blaze Flame says, I have to write, they were thrown across the room and hold. I just imagine the most Charlie Chaplin slapstick picture of people just getting suddenly slammed into the wall. It's so bad. But sometimes, you know, you just gotta do what you gotta do. There's not much more to it. I was never in doubt. I was never in doubt. Renaid assured. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's the one we're going with. Word. Before continuing. The first one to enter the branch braided hole ever since the newborn was put there. Will be the druid usually an elder one, usually an elder druid. given the importance Playstream says, how close are you to finishing the book? Not just the 50,000. Well, I'm way closer to finishing the 50,000 than I am to finishing the book. I spoke earlier to when Cody, the writer, was in the chat, that I was actually worried that I wouldn't be able to fill out all 50,000 when I started. But as we can see here in my hero's journey, I am following the hero's journey pretty to the point. Chapter 10, where we are now, is what is called Test Allies and Enemies. And that's going to be a couple of chapters more. And then things are going to pace up towards the end. Of course, they're not going to be this long, but then I have Approach to the Inmost Cave, the Ordeal, the Reward, the Road Back, Resurrection, which is the climax, and then Return with the Elixir, which is after the aftermath, and then an epilogue. So I would think I'm maybe 2/3 into the book right now. I think my aim for 60 to 70,000 words that I initially hoped, but I didn't think would be possible. I think that's actually going to be a pretty good estimate. So yeah, but there's still quite a lot. But I feel like once this Test Allies and Enemies segment is done, and that's going to be a couple of chapters more, and then we start the ending of the book, it's going to be, well, I've proved myself wrong every time I say that, but the pace is going to be much faster, probably faster chapters as well, not so long chapters. So yeah, 2/3 into the book is probably a good estimate. This is page 129, you can see that. 129. Yeah, maybe around 220. So 100 pages left. That's probably not too bad. Then that's also that's more like halfway done, a little over halfway done then. Whoops. Like 4 out of 7 parts done. Miri says, I know that isn't towards me, but I'm still in the start of my with over 20, over 46,000 words down. Well, you guys are also both writing epics, so you just love torturing yourself. Will be the druid. To complete the ritual. Damn it. Ritual of binding. How is he going? How is he going to do that? Vespa blurted out. It's been a while since she's blurted anything out. Blurted out. Vespa blurted out. Standing in the catacombs. Standing in the catacombs. Catacombs. With her eyes closed. Flace Flame says, I have calculated my second draft, and 50,000 is like the first 10 chapters, and a few others. Yeah, that's like I said, you guys are apparently writing epics. The epics, the most epic of all epics, which is very epic, by the way. And very, very cool that you have taken on that venture. Standing with eyes closed. Oh. Rena Eve. Asked with a humorous surprise. I guess that's something you can say. Humorous surprise in his voice. Asking questions now, are we? I'm sorry. Vespa apologized. Apologized with a little embarrassment. With a little embarrassment. I still think it's too short, says Place Flame. I have to condense a lot of character development. Ah, okay. Your first book is going to be 1,000 pages long. I know you said 600 right now, but you're just going to keep adding and plotting and plot webbing, and it's going to be amazing, but it's just going to be 1,000 pages long. The first 10 chapters of mine aren't like 33% of the book. It's closer to the 25. And then 11 to 31 chapters just get huge. That's quite funny. I have no idea. I'm very excited to see how many chapters I end up with in this first draft. I really have no idea. If we go here, so this of course isn't actually, so this is 11, 12, 13, 14 maybe, and then probably not this one, 14 and 16, 17, 18, 19, and this is going to be split into two definitely, so 20, 21, 22, 22, 22, 23 maybe, and an epilogue. Yeah, I'm alright with that. I think I'm definitely alright with that. Don't be. Don't be Renate. Said. But I will need you to take a step oops, backwards. Before I continue, before I guess we continue oh, okay. Okay. Vesper agreed. Having figured out what the spear and that, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. No, you couldn't see it, damn it. No, it had to happen, and then at the very, very final moments, yeah, I think it was this. Oh, Renate asked with a humorous surprise in his voice. Asking questions now, are we? I'm sorry. Vesper apologized with a little embarrassment. Don't be. But I will need you to take a step backwards before I continue. Okay, Vesper agreed, having figured out what the spear. Yes, that will be the end of all the writing today, I believe. Miriam Blaze have a conversation here. What is your word count average per chapter? I don't count words, I use pages more. They're very inconsistent because some chapters are just beefier than the one before or after that page average. And does it move the drama? While more plot heavy chapters get big quickly. Yeah. I actually find that more exposition heavy chapters get big quickly. Sort of like this one. But I'm hoping that it's alright for whoever gets to read it. Right, shall we have a count? So, we started up here. Master Sword of Counting is coming out. So, we started there. That was on line number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that means 1 page, 2 page, 3 page, 4 pages, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages. No, that was 5 pages. And no, that was 5. Yeah, the 5th line was the 5th page. Great. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 lines. 5 pages and 16 lines. Exposition is fast until it isn't. Exactly. There's so much background stuff that I want to tell. So today we did 5 pages and 16 lines, which is 1974. So if I go here and I go into here and I say day 24 progress, and we say the 24th progress was 46,769. Nice. Is the progress overall now. We are well and above 45,000 and well on our way to the 50,000. Blaze Flame says battle chapters with all the descriptions also get massive. It's the reason the last 10 chapters are just Titanic. Oh yeah, 100%. I can imagine that. Especially when you have so many... I can only imagine when you have like star fleets and all and you want to show everything. Miri says, woo! Woohoo indeed! Thank you for the support. So we just remove the jewel spinning a little bit, and then our bar position needs to be updated to pixel 145. Down from the top, and the jewel's position should be 108 pixels down from the top, and there we have it, guys. Isn't that amazing and beautiful? Just look at it. We will beat the red line. You are more than welcome to beat the red line. Most definitely. But that was it from me today. Thank you guys so much for watching, and once again, thank you guys for being here and chatting with me. It is awesome as per usual, and it is amazing hearing about your work as well as I'm working on my own. And if you haven't already, then please do remember to like it on YouTube, this live stream, or the VOD if you're watching that, and maybe even subscribe to me if you haven't already. That would be awesome. Blaze Flame says, if it takes rambling and incoherent stories about gauntlets, then so be it. Oh, we all love ramblings about gauntlets. It is probably the best thing about fantasy, about anything really. And with those words, I will sign off. Thank you guys for watching, and remember, we write our own stories. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.